Hello, everybody. Thank you all for joining me for night 2 of the 2-night WrestleMania extravaganza live from Las Vegas. Those who are hanging out with me on Twitch, those who are hanging out with me on YouTube, and now let's get the party started over on TikTok. Lorelai, it has been a long time. How you been? TikTok is officially live. It's time to go over the WrestleMania 42 Night 2 card. We're going to do a little bit of a recap first, though, since we have a full hour and I can get through this as one person. Well, it's good that you're doing okay. Glad to see you're still kicking in, up and about. So we're going to take a look at what transpired this past night. I was going to say this past weekend. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. My sincerest condolences. I really hope things get better for you and your family, his family. So as a little bit of a recap from last night's, I've been coping with it, trying to keep myself busy. Well, hopefully I can help keep you off the focus and keep you hyped up about WrestleMania. We're going to preview we're going to do an overview of night 1 of WrestleMania. We'll do a little recap right now. The 6-man tag team match that opened up last night's show. So we saw Logan Paul, Austin Theory, and IShowSpeed take on the Usos and LA Knight. The story is the Usos and LA Knight got the victory, but it became an even bigger problem when Logan Paul was frustrated that IShowSpeed accidentally knocked one of the Usos, if I do recall, into Logan Paul. And Logan Paul got upset. Logan Paul hit the one lucky punch on IShowSpeed and then was going to put him through a table. The Usos and LA Knight weren't going to stand for it, and they're not about that. So they forgave IShowSpeed in that moment and put everything in the past, and IShowSpeed would get his WrestleMania moment. IShowSpeed would get his WrestleMania moment and splash Logan Paul through the announce desk. The curse of Danhausen, that's for sure. Although I gotta say, being uncursed does wonders. Dan Engler has been having the best couple weeks of his entire life. Then we get to the unsanctioned match that occurred last night. Well, we're going to overview that one. Jacob Fatu and Drew McIntyre, which saw all kinds of chaos that ended in victory for the Samoan Werewolf, and lots of emotion could be expressed on the face of Drew McIntyre following the heartbreaking loss at WrestleMania. Danhausen has definitely got a lot of talent. He's a very good character for television. And while his first night in WWE didn't go as planned when he came out of the box, after that, it's been smooth sails for there. Yeah, he's very funny, but also very evil. He's very nice, and he's also very evil. And we'll see if Danhausen has a role tonight for night 2 of WrestleMania. Then we saw the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship match. Oh, that's awesome. Well, it's good that one of your favorites made his debut to WWE on your birthday. That must have been fun to be able to watch Elimination Chamber. We saw the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship Fatal 4-Way match, which saw the return of Paige, with Nikki Bella not being medically cleared to compete. The perfect replacement was found, someone who was already in town. A very familiar face of the WWE. At the young age of 21, Paige made her WWE debut. She would defeat AJ Lee on her very first night to win the Divas Championship. Oh, you don't have ESPN? Oh, gotcha. I literally just recently subscribed to ESPN. Only because since I do commentary and I do all this stuff, I felt it was necessary to have it. I want to thank everybody who's tuning in over on TikTok as well. How we doing over in the TikTok land? From what turned into a surprise as Paige made her WWE return to team with Brie Bella, Nikki Bella still wanted her twin to have her WrestleMania moment. It turned into a victory and brand new women's tag team champion. So congratulations to the returning Paige and the Bella twins. Then we got to the Women's Intercontinental Championship match. AJ Lee falling short to Becky Lynch as she schemed against AJ Lee and what many would consider a cheap victory. And then the hardest part for the fans who watched around the world, what happened after the match. Once things settled down and both superstars were backstage, AJ Lee giving her see you later. Maybe not goodbye, but it's a see you later. AJ Lee saying that last time she left back in 2015, she didn't get a proper farewell. She didn't give a proper goodbye. And this time she's had the chance to do so. She's enjoyed her run since returning to side with her husband, CM Punk, to take on Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch during their feud last year. And it all built up into AJ Lee becoming the Women's Intercontinental Champion, defeating Becky Lynch back at Elimination Chamber. However, Becky Lynch, once again, Intercontinental Champion. Then we get to Seth Rollins versus Gunther, and a hellacious battle that we already knew was going to be an impeccable match. A match that set the pace. A match that put true skill, true emotion on display. Seth Rollins and Gunther took each other to the limit. And then a man who usually goes over the limit, the unpredictable badass, Braun Breaker, made his return following his injury. Not being able to make it, just barely making it a time to come back. He had it all planned out. The vision. Paul Heyman seeked out Gunther to take out Rollins to have this match at WrestleMania. Braun Breaker would spear through Rollins not once, but twice. The first one was during the match, and then Rollins would be picked up and put back in the ring, only for Gunther to force Rollins to sleep. And then coming down the entranceway at full speed ahead, the unpredictable badass Braun Breaker would spear right through Seth Rollins. And then we get to the Women's World Championship match, Stephanie Vaquer and Liv Morgan. In a match that had all the hype, all the build-up in the world, Stephanie Vaquer, she came up short. It seemed on this night that the pressure got to Stephanie Vaquer. And not just that, but the Judgment Day, the women of the Judgment Day, Roxanne Perez and Raquel Rodriguez, would come out to help Liv Morgan, which would lead to Liv Morgan getting the victory over on Stephanie Vaquer. Stephanie Vaquer tried to hold off Raquel and Roxanne, but she could only do so much as one person. There's only so much you can do. And in the end, the numbers game was too strong. There was too many factors to think about in the match. And Liv Morgan's your brand new Women's World Champion. And then we get into a main event that was filled with all kinds of chaos to close out the first night of WrestleMania. Cody Rhodes, the undisputed WWE champion, versus Randy Orton with Pat McAfee. And what turned out to be a chaotic start, Randy Orton and Pat McAfee had a plan to take out Cody Rhodes right off the bat, and it didn't work. The plan didn't lay out as Orton and McAfee had this all blueprinted to take the championship for WWE title reign number 15 for the Viper. And what unfortunately for Randy Orton turned to be Jelly Roll coming to the aid of Cody Rhodes and laying out Pat McAfee through the table. Pat McAfee was stretchered out, and then only to come back later in the match as a special, I'm not sure if he was a legitimate referee, but he started the count. Who knows what would have happened if Cody Rhodes hadn't kicked out of that RKO. We saw Cody do what was necessary. We saw a low blow. We saw multiple RKOs out of nowhere. But the finishing blow was a crossroads for Cody Rhodes to retain the undisputed WWE Championship. Only for Randy Orton to seize the opportunity when Cody Rhodes had his back turned and celebrating his victory. Orton would grab the title out of the hands and rip it from the hands of Cody Rhodes and clock Rhodes over the skull. Randy Orton showing he has truly, in full effect, gone back to that dark place, being a true legend killer, the true apex predator of WWE, when he punted the skull of Cody Rhodes and stood tall over holding the undisputed WWE Championship to close out night 1 of WrestleMania. So it was quite the first night, filled with all unexpected surprises, all kinds of chaos. Oh, not to mention, Bianca Belair had her own surprise. Of course, we saw the return of Bianca Belair, had been dealing with an injury, and now she's expecting. So congratulations to Bianca Belair and her husband, fellow WWE superstar Montez Ford, who are soon to be expecting another congratulations. Of course, we saw appearances from John Cena as this year's host of WrestleMania. Oh my God. Oh my God. Absolutely brutal. However, here's tonight's excitement coming up. We've got the match that everybody's been waiting for. Brock Lesnar and Oba Femi open up tonight's WrestleMania. And then following will be the Intercontinental Championship ladder match that is set to send shockwaves around the world. And I am going, before we get really dive deep into night 2 of WrestleMania, I'm going to take a quick break since we have 40 minutes before we get started with tonight's show. So I'm going to take a few minutes and we will be right back, or I will be right back. We are back live on all platforms. Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. I want to thank everybody again who is joining me tonight. Everybody who joined me last night. All the birthday wishes. My birthday coming up this Thursday, so we're kind of celebrating that in its own way since I most likely won't be available to do a live stream. so I can't make any promises there. Let's rip the Band-Aid off and get right in to night 2 of WrestleMania. Thank you, Lorelai. I appreciate it. We've got the match that everybody's been waiting for. It's been the talk of the town. Oba Femi and Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar issued an open challenge. And when it seemed like Seth Rollins would once again come and challenge the Beast, being that Braun Breaker was out for the foreseeable future, only to find out he would spear Rollins last night. Well, it wasn't true. Rollins was not going to go after Brock Lesnar, but the man who did, the ruler, Oba Femi. Once upon a time, Brock Lesnar was that next big thing. Brock Lesnar coming onto the scene, making his WWE debut back in 2002. And within the first 6 months of joining the WWE, Brock Lesnar was already WWE champion when he defeated The Rock at SummerSlam 2002. Brock Lesnar would go on to take on the all-time bests, the likes of Triple H, the likes of Hulk Hogan, the likes of The Undertaker, Kurt Angle, Edge, AJ Styles, Daniel Bryan, I did say The Undertaker. On The Undertaker, on numerous occasions, they had a feud during the first run, and Brock Lesnar would ultimately be the man that would end The Undertaker's undefeated WrestleMania streak, being the one at the time that was 21-1. However, is it Oba Femi's time? Is Brock Lesnar's time finally up? Brock Lesnar has been the top star, the top guy that would come in and do as he pleases year after year. The Beast may have officially met his match as a new ruler. The true next big thing has arrived in WWE, and Oba Femi and Brock Lesnar have gotten physical on a number of occasions, and it's been Oba Femi who's come out on top. So, with that being said, it's either man's game. Two Goliaths collide. Only one's going to come out on top. It reminds me of the Colossal Battle that was a title versus title match going back 36 years ago at WrestleMania 6. Hulk Hogan entering as the World Wrestling Federation champion, which we will now refer to as the WWE champion. Hulk Hogan entered as the champion, and Ultimate Warrior entered as the Intercontinental champion. Two colossal giants colliding, as the legendary late Gorilla Monsoon would say, the immovable object and the irresistible force meeting, they collide, and that's exactly what's going to happen in this matchup. And then we get to a United States Championship match, a match that has seen all kinds of controversy. Fans not too pleased and has been expressing their disinterest and hatred, or I don't want to say hatred. Hate is a true strong word. Their distaste for Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn has left a bad taste in the mouths as the fans have taken a liking to the former United States champion Carmelo Hayes. They would have loved to have seen Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams, who used to be side by side back in NXT, only for Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams to unexpectedly part ways, to put it lightly. And then would have the feud that would lead to Carmelo Hayes leaving NXT, and Trick Williams would come out on top. And Carmelo Hayes would find himself as the third number 3 in the draft pick. The number 3 draft pick a few years ago. And now Trick Williams is he's on the main roster. He's on Friday Night SmackDown. Is it Trick Williams' time to shine, to pick up his first major title since joining the main roster? The United States Championship has been held by some of the all-time greats. The likes of John Cena. The likes of Edge. The likes of Rey Mysterio. The Miz. There have been so many who have come and won the United States Championship. Sami Zayn, already a multi-time U.S. champion, Intercontinental champion, tag team champion. The one thing Sami Zayn hasn't done is be a world champion. And this new attitude of Sami Zayn could very well lead him as a double champ, but Trick Williams is white hot and perhaps in the mode of being unstoppable. And Sami Zayn could very well be the trick that Trick Williams is going to whoop tonight to become your brand new United States champion. And then we get to a match that has gotten ever so personal between two former brothers of the Judgment Day. Dominic Mysterio did not like that Finn Balor was showing compassion to his opponent and showing respect to CM Punk following their world title match. Dominic and the rest of Judgment Day saw it as a weakness, saw it as a soft side of Finn Balor. They turned their backs on the Prince, Finn Balor. And you thought Finn Balor had a soft side? Wait till you see this side, Dominic Mysterio. That's exactly what Finn Balor was trying to prevent. Finn Balor never wanted to didn't want to have to bring out this version of himself again. It's been 3 years since we've last seen the Demon, Finn Balor, come out. And now Finn Balor has to bring it out of himself and give Dominic Mysterio what could be the worst beating of his entire life. And that might be more than, that could go beyond the whooping that Dominic's own father, Rey Mysterio, gave him a few years ago at WrestleMania. The Demon is back. And the Demon will take on all. No mercy, no regrets, no remorse. When pushed, the monster comes out of the man. When pushed, the demon arises. When pushed, a man is set to his limits to go to a place in his brain that he never wished he had to go to. But there comes a point in a man's life where he just can't take it anymore. Finn Balor couldn't take the disrespect from the Judgment Day. The Judgment Day are going to get exactly just that. Dominic Mysterio is finally going to get that reality. Now the question, I don't want to say Dominic is. I'm going to say, is Dominic Mysterio going to get that reality check? Or will Dominic Mysterio be able to overcome the demon, Finn Balor? And then comes the first of our 2 world title matches. For the WWE Women's Championship, Jade Cargill, the Women's Champion, defeating Tiffany Stratton to become champion, defends her title against Rhea Ripley, who won the Women's Elimination Chamber to guarantee her spot and earn this match here at WrestleMania. Rhea Ripley has been at the top. She has had some of the great matches at WrestleMania, including the all-time classic a few years ago at WrestleMania 39 when Rhea Ripley and Charlotte Flair took and stole the show. Rhea Ripley, that's the truth of when Rhea Ripley truly cemented her legacy in WWE. When it comes to Rhea Ripley, mommy is always on top. Jade Cargill. There's been a lot of pushback on Jade Cargill regarding her skills inside the ring. Jade Cargill didn't grow up saying, I'm going to do this. But Jade Cargill, having that physique, made her the perfect person to be in this business, to become champion, to be the face. She looks like a legitimate superhero. And looking like and being a superhero are 2 different things. Jade Cargill is more of the villain. And when it is Jade Cargill undoubtedly the villain in this story, Rhea Ripley is a true superhero. For those that need someone to look up to. Someone that gives all the young women hope. That women can be strong. Women can be relentless. And Rhea Ripley is looking to once again become the WWE Women's Champion. And it could all come, and it's all going to come ahead tonight. And then the match that has been 14 years in the making. The Second City Saint, CM Punk, defends his World Heavyweight Championship against the OTC Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns, once upon a time, the big dog, the muscle of the infamous Shield trio that ruled WWE during the early 2010s. Of course, the big thing to note is Paul Heyman and CM Punk worked to have Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, and Dean Ambrose, having them brought in to be the guards for CM Punk to help CM Punk keep his 434-day reign, what would turn out to be a 434-day reign as WWE Champion. Of course, it would end at the hands of The Rock at Royal Rumble 2013, which is all ironic in its own sense, with Roman Reigns and The Rock almost having a match a couple years ago at WrestleMania, stealing Cody Rhodes' moment for what seemed to be at first. However, what left undeniable were the fans that wanted to see Cody Rhodes finish his story, and Cody Rhodes did, ending Roman Reigns' 1,300+ day reign as undisputed champion. These two both have tremendous accolades, very different paths to get to the top. CM Punk has the experience, while Roman Reigns started later in his career, starting out as a football player before making it to the WWE. Roman Reigns has this in his blood. There's a reason the bloodline was referred to as the bloodline. The Anoa'i family, one of the greatest families in pro wrestling history. a lineage that goes all the way back to the High Chief Peter Maivia. It goes back so far. The blood runs so deep in this industry. The Usos, the Wild Samoans, Rikishi, Umaga. Today you've got out there Zilla Fatu. You've got Jacob Fatu. Solo Sikoa. The Samoans have run deep in WWE. WrestleMania is starting at 6 o'clock. I started my stream at 5 so I could do an overview of tonight's show, DeReal Mel. And also thank you for joining over on TikTok. Appreciate you tuning in. So with that being said, we have a massive world title match. 14 years in the making. It has gotten more personal with each day. It continues to get more and more personal with CM Punk and Roman Reigns. However, the time to talk is done and the time to deliver is now. The action comes at the 6 o'clock hour. We are just 22 minutes away from WrestleMania Sunday kicking off, and the action will begin. A match we didn't go over, the Intercontinental Championship match. The ladder match. Penta, a man who shows zero fear, Cero Miedo. Penta defends his Intercontinental Championship against the young man, Javon Evans, because that boy bouncy and that boy gonna fly. Javon Evans takes flight like no other. The height that Javon Evans gets is unreal. And when ladders are involved, you gotta think a risk or two is going to be taken. Same thing can be said about Dragon Lee. And I mentioned it when I was giving a little bit of a preview after I went over last night's card during my pre-show. I talked about Dragon Lee and his experience being tag team champions and getting to team with WWE's newest Hall of Fame inductee, AJ Styles. Being able to be under the wing of somebody at that caliber, somebody with so much knowledge to give, you got to think that's going to play into effect in this matchup. AJ Styles himself has competed in numerous ladder matches throughout his career. So with that being said, Dragon Lee, he's got himself a fair shot. Dragon Lee has got a wealth of knowledge that he has picked up from the phenomenal one, AJ Styles, and hopefully he'll be able to use it. We'll find out. And then comes Judgment Day's J.D. McDonough. Kind of the dark horse in this match. A bit of an oddball, if you will. J.D. McDonough has not won a singles championship on the main roster and has been on the main roster for quite a few years at this point. Former two-time tag team champion. So, J.D. McDonough, it could very well be J.D. McDonough's night. It could be a matter of time for more gold to come to the Judgment Day. Liv Morgan, of course, winning the Women's World Championship last night. And then a man who was a former United States champion, the Bulgarian Brute Rusev, the big man of the match. Rusev looking to slay through everybody and demolish the competition to once again have gold wrapped around his waist. And a man who's seen the Intercontinental Championship on many occasions. A man who's held it nearly a dozen times. Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio, multi-time world champion. Royal Rumble winner. Former multi-time Intercontinental champion. United States champion. Tag team champion. Rey Mysterio has done it all. WWE Hall of Famer, might I add, of just a few years ago, joining the elite group of those men and women who are Hall of Famers, those who have made a big impact on the industry. There's a reason that they call Rey Mysterio the biggest little man. He truly lives up to that. Rey Mysterio, day in and day out, proved that I will work twice as hard just to prove that I belong. Rey Mysterio has had to overcome all the odds. And tonight could be no different. We could very well see Rey Mysterio this late in his career once again win some gold. Rey Mysterio still kicking it at this point in his career. Rey Mysterio has been doing this for a long time. Rey Mysterio starting at the age of 15, either 14 or 15. Rey Mysterio has been doing this for over 30 years. From his time in ECW to his time in WCW to coming to the WWE, Rey Mysterio has been a light on the world. And this just could be another WrestleMania moment for Rey Mysterio. And with that being said, having gone over the card for night 2 of WrestleMania, we are going to take a short little break. All right, we are back. We are 10 minutes away. Of course, I had to get my handy dandy protein drink. The brand new Bear Bells Choco Milk Drink. 24 grams of protein, 2 grams of sugar. It was the boost that I needed to help me get through last night's WrestleMania. And it's going to be my shining star for night 2. Not sponsored, but hey, Bear Bells, if you want to, we should do something. I need to shake it up a bit because last night I forgot to shake it. The big thing is, what happens if Roman Reigns loses to CM Punk at WrestleMania? Where does Roman Reigns go from here? Roman Reigns winning the Royal Rumble earlier this year to earn this spot and chose CM Punk. Not because he didn't want to get his revenge on Cody Rhodes and win back the undisputed WWE Championship, but because he was sick of seeing CM Punk. He wants to end this facade, what he refers to as a facade of a world championship reign. This could be the CM Punk has had Roman Reigns' number time and time again. So you got to think. If things are play out. Roman Reigns did what he did. Roman Reigns has taken WWE to this level, used the bloodline to help enhance WWE into what it's become today. Roman Reigns during the pandemic era, during the tail end of the pandemic era, shifted WWE from the Thunderdome back into the fans coming back. He smashed Daniel Bryan and Edge in that triple threats, and he stacked them on top of each other, and he pinned them. And from that point on, Roman Reigns has been unstoppable. Of course, to be stopped, was unstoppable, falling short to the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, at WrestleMania 40. That's where the games were over. There were no plan E's for the OTC. The fans are absolutely electric for WrestleMania. Obafemi. Currently, they're going over Obafemi and Brock Lesnar on the pre-show. Since I never do predictions, I feel it's time that I do some. I think we could very well see Penta retain the Intercontinental Championship, or we could see Javon Evans walk out as the new Intercontinental Champion. Javon Evans has taken WWE by storm, and Javon Evans could very quickly rise up to the top. I know that sounds back and forth, like I didn't make an actual prediction, but those are two big hits of who I think could leave as Intercontinental Champion. And when it comes to Obafemi and Brock Lesnar has ruled the WWE for so long, but Obafemi has built himself so hot. He's caught the lightning in the bottle. While this match is going to be very close to call, Obafemi has got it. Despite the fact that Brock Lesnar is the most decorated combat sports fighter, and you can include his time in the NCAA as a two-time heavyweight champion, to winning multiple world championships in WWE, to going to the UFC and being heavyweight champion. Brock Lesnar has done it all. Brock Lesnar is undoubtedly one of the most decorated champions. However, I say, let the young ruler reign. Obafemi will defeat Brock Lesnar. And then in a United States Championship match, Sami Zayn and Trick Williams. If I do say so, either Sami Zayn's going to pull a sneaky little trick, or the Trick Williams is going to defeat Sami Zayn. Overall, I say we are going to crown a brand new United States champion. And when it comes to the rise of Finn Balor, the Demon is back. And he's back for revenge, to take out Dominic Mysterio for turning his back on Balor. All because Balor wanted to show some compassion and respect to his opponent, CM Punk, after losing his world title match. I say the Demon rises and is victorious. No worries, Lorelai. No worries. I appreciate you being here. And that was Joe Jonas performing the national anthem. It's time for WrestleMania to begin. But let's get two more predictions, and I think Rhea Ripley will win the WWE Women's Championship. And I'm okay if I'm wrong. Either way, The future of WWE is in good hands, whoever is world champion. But I think CM Punk is going to pull the rabbit out of the hat to retain the World Heavyweight Championship. Allegiant Stadium once again hosting WrestleMania. Yeah, that could potentially happen. Dominic could get some help. Since arriving in WWE, Trick Williams has taken the entire WWE by storm. And who better to have in his corner than Lil Yachty? And there's Rhea Ripley. She has arrived and she is ready to once again be WWE Women's Champion. She has had enough of this woman, the Storm, Jade Cargill, the current WWE Women's Champion. And a man who's got the world on his shoulders, the world around his waist, the World Heavyweight Champion, CM Punk, defends the title tonight. And it all happens tonight. All kinds of chaos. Braun Breaker just nailing Rollins through with 2 spears. All kinds of moments that took over WrestleMania. What is still left many puzzled is Randy Orton deciding to RKO Pat McAfee and losing the match. Did Randy Orton secretly choose and handpick Pat McAfee to rid him of WWE? Was that Orton's plan all along? Orton's always been a lone soldier. So there's no surprise that Randy Orton will strike out of nowhere on anyone and everyone. The demon arrives, the demon's back, and Dirty Dom has his hands full, more than he may ever know. I do apologize to I want to mainly apologize to the TikTok viewers that have to see the glare of my key light in my glasses. I do apologize. It's not as apparent over on Twitch and YouTube. I mean, it's still kind of there, but it is very strong. Snickers and 2K26 present WrestleMania 42. We're live from the Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. And who better to open the show than the never seen 17, John Cena. John Cena again hosting WrestleMania for the second night. You heard him say, "Oh, they didn't fire me." I thought John Cena did a pretty decent job of hosting WrestleMania last night. And let's hear from John Cena. Here we go. Oba Femi dancing his way into the biggest match of his entire career. He's even got George Kittle hyped up. I lost count of how many beers George Kittle took down last night on the first night of WrestleMania. He loves to party. He loves to have a good time. There's nothing like it. The Showcase of Immortals is the best time of year to celebrate. Well, that's good. You'll be able to watch the first hour. Of course, as per usual, commentary. When the match begins, I will respond to comments following the match. I focus completely on the commentary during the match as Oba Femi enters the ring. The ruler has arrived in his WrestleMania debut. It could sure be one of the most impactful WrestleMania debuts in history. This match brought to you by Credit One Bank. Oh, Bafemi's got his hands full. Most decorated combat sports star. And here comes the pain. The Beast, Brock Lesnar, and his advocate, Brock and his advocate, Paul Heyman. Brock Lesnar has seen this stage so many times, has main evented WrestleMania on a numerous of occasions. And Obafemi has the opportunity to defeat one of the greatest combat sports stars in the world of all time, and Brock Lesnar. This is certainly going to be an interesting match. The build has seen Obafemi get Brock Lesnar's number on a number of occasions. Brock Lesnar has had a hard time of getting the best of Obafemi. These two have not stopped to look away from each other. Since Brock Lesnar has walked out, these two have kept their eyes locked on each other. It is time for Obafemi to go face to face with one of the most decorated WrestleMania superstars in Brock Lesnar. From ending The Undertaker's undefeated streak to multiple WWE title wins. We're going to weigh in 6'4", Obafemi, 6'3", Brock Lesnar. Obafemi coming in at 310 pounds. Brock Lesnar at 290, an 80-inch reach for Obafemi, an 81-inch reach. This is Obafemi's first WrestleMania. Obafemi's got quite the nerves to overcome. But as a great man once said, the irresistible force meets the immovable object. As Obafemi and Brock Lesnar finally collide, and they start with a collar and elbow tie-up. Who is going to out-muscle the exchange? A pretty even start so far. The thing about it is, Brock Lesnar, when we were looking at the stats, Brock Lesnar has a 1-inch reach over Obafemi. Obafemi having an 80-inch reach, with Brock Lesnar having an 81-inch reach. That could be the difference. Just that little bit of a difference. However, not to mention Obafemi standing at 6'4", 310. Brock Lesnar, 6'3", 290, as Brock Lesnar picks up Obafemi and just powering and ramming his shoulder into the midsection of the corner. But Obafemi, only infuriated, and fights out of the corner and pushes Brock Lesnar down. Brock Lesnar is realizing that Obafemi is truly the ruler. And down goes the beast. Paul Heyman's eyes tell the entire story of the shock, the disbelief that Obafemi week after week has had Brock Lesnar's number leading into WrestleMania. And since this match has begun, it has proven to be no different. Brock Lesnar is not used to this. Brock Lesnar is not used to being outnumbered like this. Brock Lesnar's emotions, his frustration, it's getting to him. The most decorated combat sports athlete is losing his mind right now. Yet means, that can mean only one thing, that Brock Lesnar knows he's in deep trouble. Obafemi grabbing Brock. Oh, but a head ringer. Brock catches Oba. Brock Lesnar lifting up Oba and drives Oba right into the post. Brock Lesnar found the opening he was looking for. Being the veteran of the two, Brock Lesnar has the tricks that he needs. Brock Lesnar's now starting to find his element. Obafemi has his back turned to Brock. Brock with the first German suplex. It could be time. We may be in Sin City, but it could very well also be Suplex City for Obafemi. And here comes number 2. Brock Lesnar has dominated some of the all-time greats, including WrestleMania's host, John Cena, by taking them to Suplex City. It is not a place you want to visit. There are many people who have visited, many people who have visited unwillingly. It's just one of those places you never want to visit. They tell you to stay away from it. But Brock Lesnar does not hold back. Brock Lesnar going for one more, but Oba fights back and elbows off the beast into the corner. Oba measuring up Brock with a massive uppercut in the corner and picking up the pace. And another uppercut. Oh, but he's got Oba. Quick. And that could be quick and easy. Obafemi's back. Wait. Obafemi's back up. What? What is this? Just choke slamming Brock Lesnar. Obafemi just overcame the F5. How in the world? Brock Lesnar may have just met his match. Up and down. He has been driven. Obafemi has just defeated Brock Lesnar. The biggest career win for this young man. Obafemi. A man who has been a slayer. Talk about a beast slayer. You're looking at the ruler, Obafemi, who was just laid out. The beast, Brock Lesnar. The ultimate WrestleMania win for Obafemi. There's the disbelief in the eyes of Obafemi. Can't believe what's just happened. Brock Lesnar F5'd Obafemi, only for Obafemi to quickly recover, come back with a choke slam to Brock Lesnar, and to seal the deal, driving Brock Lesnar with that seat out power bomb. And it was game over, ball game, and Obafemi pulls out the victory over Brock Lesnar. Even Obafemi is shocked at what he has just done. It's one of those once-in-a-lifetime things. Brock Lesnar has just been laid out by Obafemi. I don't even know if Brock Lesnar knows what's hit him. Just a shot of Brock Lesnar trying to pull himself up. Obafemi, though, on the entrance stage celebrating his massive win over Brock Lesnar to open up WrestleMania 42 Sunday. Congratulations to Obafemi. One more time, the closing moments where Obafemi drove Brock Lesnar with the sit-out powerbomb. 1, 2, and 3. Obafemi with the biggest career win. And it left Paul Heyman absolutely speechless and jaw-dropping. The man who ended the Undertaker's undefeated streak has been slayed by Obafemi and just demolished by the true ruler of WWE. Congratulations to Obafemi. Oh! Brock Lesnar. Is this the true end of the beast? I have never seen this much emotion coming from Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar puts his boots down in the center of the ring. And what an emotional moment. Brock Lesnar and Paul Heyman hug it out. It seems that Brock Lesnar has finally decided to hang up the boots. What a career for Brock Lesnar. Undeniable. Brock Lesnar walked into WWE at such a young age, becoming the youngest WWE champion, defeating The Rock at SummerSlam 2002. Brock Lesnar, undoubtedly a first ballot Hall of Famer. I've had the pleasure of calling so many of Brock Lesnar's matches over the years. I've called so many. And this seems to be the last one. Tonight, Lesnar met his match, and tonight, Lesnar realized that the WWE has a new ruler and that he can finally step away. Paul Heyman has been by Lesnar's side since the very beginning. You got to understand how emotional this is for Paul Heyman as well. Brock Lesnar thanking the WWE Universe. And there's the shot of the boots. And what? I am stunned, to say the least. I knew the time was ticking for Brock Lesnar. But Brock Lesnar has chosen tonight to be the end. I want to thank everybody who is now tuning in over on TikTok as well. Yeah, that hurt a little bit. Quick match. His last match was 4 minutes. Yeah. I gotta say, all respect to Brock Lesnar putting over Obafemi the way he did. I personally, in my personal opinion, I'm shocked to see that this is his last match, considering SummerSlam is taking place in Minneapolis, his hometown. Obviously, he lives in Saskatchewan now and has a farm up there. I was really surprised. I really thought that Gunther was going to be the one to retire Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam in Minneapolis. However, I stand corrected. Brock Lesnar decided WrestleMania is the time. Brock Lesnar has competed at the highest level for so long. Over 20 years. The way Brock Lesnar came into this business, he came in, everybody knew he was going to be a star. He had that look. From being the next big thing to becoming the thing to having every match possible. Following Lesnar's departure from WWE, he had a short stint in New Japan Pro Wrestling where he became the IWGP Heavyweight Champion. Brock Lesnar has dabbled across the seas. Brock Lesnar then shocking everyone when he would become UFC Heavyweight Champion. That's why Brock Lesnar has been regarded as one of the top combat sports athletes of all time. Brock Lesnar has truly stepped to the plate, and he feels that now's the time. Gotta hand it to Brock Lesnar. I want to thank everybody who's been tuning in. To Sean, I want to thank you for liking the stream and tuning in on TikTok, as well as everybody else. Thank you to everybody who chats with me. I really appreciate it. And thank you for just listening. That's really what this is all about, is just giving you guys a great commentary experience. And I want to add something to pro wrestling. Commentators don't last forever. And trust me, Michael Cole's been doing this for a long time. And I hope one day that I can be right there where Michael Cole is Maybe even next to him if the timing is right. If one doesn't happen before the other. And with that being said, I'm going to take a quick little break. I'll be back in like probably a minute and a half. to get this match started, Rey Mysterio, Penta, Dragon Lee have been working together. When this match got started, it would be JD McDonough of the Judgment Day to go right after Javon Evans. And Rusev throwing the ladder. Rusev is the big man of the match. Rusev is a former United States champion. The Bulgarian Brute has been dying for an opportunity like this since coming back to the WWE. Penta realizes he's all alone in the ring. Oh, slides under, but gets laid out by McDonough, who has a ladder. Up, and that boy gonna fly. Javon Evans takes flight. Now Javon Evans, who was laid out at the beginning of the match by JD McDonough. Oh, Hurricane Rana, and flipped right into JD McDonough. However, Rey Mysterio and Dragon Lee, former tag team partners, LWO. And now these two are going to throw some hands. Oh, and a pump kick. Oh, went for Hurricane Rana, but thinking of Styles Clash, I mentioned during my pre-show about Dragon Lee being under the learning tree of AJ Styles when they were tag team champions. But Rey Mysterio gets caught with a super kick instead. Oh, and launching. Just driving that ladder into Dragon Lee is Rusev. Javon Evans, for that young man, this is a first time for him. This is where you make it to the big leagues. Here comes JD McDonough from behind to attack Rusev. You're seeing some extra fire from McDonough tonight, although I say that a little too soon. That fire used against him as McDonough crashes and burns onto the ladder at the hands of the Bulgarian Brute. The way to win this match: climb the ladder, retrieve the title. Rusev right now all alone. He's got his fingertips on the Intercontinental Championship. Penta, realizing his title was at stake and he was close to losing it, Penta was quick to make it back up. Oh, and just planting Rusev into the mat. And pushing Penta out of the way is Javon Evans to make a quick climb to try and reach for the title, only to be caught with a super kick and up. JD McDonough, though, pushing Penta to the floor. Now JD McDonough looking to take his shot to climb and retrieve the Intercontinental Championship. However, Javon Evans is there to stop JD McDonough's efforts for the title. It has been a hellacious battle since the beginning of this Intercontinental title match. McDonough luckily landing on his feet. And again, still all alone. However, gonna risk it all. Springboard lays out JD McDonough. However, Dragon Lee is quick to seize the opportunity, to seize the moment. Going quick is Dragon Lee. However, even quicker is Rey Mysterio to get back in it. Caught in the ladder, being sandwiched. And a 619 into the ladder. That's a rough landing. This is the ladder you're going to need. the soldier you will be to win the Intercontinental Championship. Rey Mysterio looking to be Intercontinental Champion once again. Javon Evans just leaping over Mysterio. Mysterio was trying to climb the ladder, but out of nowhere, Javon Evans comes back into play and leaped over Mysterio. Oh, what a super kick by Penta. And kicks the legs from under Mysterio. Mysterio's caught up in the ladder. And then a boot to Mysterio. You can't wait and think. Javon looking up at the ladder when he should have been focused at Penta. You got to focus on what's in front of you before you can focus on what's above you. And Dragon Lee with a stomp to Mysterio off the top as Mysterio was caught up in the rungs of the ladder. JD McDonough gets laid out. JD McDonough has been so aggressive in this match. However, it's Dragon Lee who's at the top. He's got his hands on the title. Rusev is right there. And you're just driving Dragon Lee with a Uranagi into the mat. Rusev has been absolutely impressive, being able to put his strength on display. Rusev has got something devious in mind, prepping up. Oh, there comes Javon Evans from behind. Uranagi to Javon Evans on the ladder. Javon Evans got his legs caught up on the ladder of the ropes. Rusev just yelling at Javon Evans. And here comes the Intercontinental Champion to get back into the fray as Penta gets back in the mix. Penta going after Rusev with a thunderous chop to the chest. Follows it up with a super kick, but look who's already back in. It's Rey Mysterio. What a standoff as Rey Mysterio and Penta come face to face. Going into Penta, but gets launched into Rusev and going through the ladder. The ladder's been broken in half. And Rusev gone with it. That may very well be the last time we see Rusev mobile in this matchup. We got to get another look at this as Rey Mysterio got launched by Penta. Rusev full on eating steel with bodies everywhere. You knew risks were going to be taken. Extremities to be made. Up on the shoulders of Mysterio, but turn around. Rey Mysterio is absolutely timeless. Year after year, Mysterio shows to not give up. And he looks as young as ever. And Mysterio now makes his climb as he looks to retrieve the Intercontinental Championship. But look who's there. His mentee, Dragon Lee. Dragon had the title in hand. He reached out for it. Mysterio has his hands on it. It's now a back and forth between mentor and mentee. It swings and it sways back and forth. Dragon Lee looking to... Oh, Dragon Lee gets pushed down by Mysterio. However, Dragon Lee is there behind Mysterio. Mysterio's efforts to fight off Dragon Lee. Mysterio jumps off. Uh-oh, gets caught by Dragon Lee. Paying homage to WWE Hall of Famer AJ Styles with a Styles Clash. All alone. But look at this. It's JD McDonough. JD McDonough, a quick climb behind on his rush for gold. Dragon Lee JD McDonough have encountered each other so many times over the years. No way. Oh my God. Spanish Fly. And a massive payoff for JD McDonough, throwing caution to the wind. This new aggressive side of JD McDonough has proven out to be a big help. A flush Spanish Fly laying out Dragon Lee. With over 50,000 fans in attendance. It's WrestleMania. Anything can happen. The risk will be taken. However, here comes Intercontinental Champion Penta. Penta and JD going back and forth at the top. Both men have a dangerous landing. Under JD McDonough is a ladder. Behind Penta is nothing but the mat. No. Oh my God, no. JD McDonough was thinking superplex through that ladder. Penta realized he was in deep, deep trouble. No. No, this cannot be. You don't. Not from there. Mexican Destroyer on the ladder. Both men have been laid out. Good night, JD McDonough. Oh my God. Mexican Destroyer ripping through JD McDonough. However, Penta taking himself out in the process. When you go for risks like that, you got to understand that the damage can be done to yourself as well. However, back in the ring, with all kinds of carnage around, there's only one man who's right there, and that is Javon Evans. Make your climb, kid. Retrieve the title. This is your moment. Javon Evans had the title, but Rusev is back in. It's an unfortunate and just dropping down Javon Evans. And Javon Evans gets sent hard to the floor. I'm surprised Rusev is even moving after being sent through the ladder. How is Rusev actually moving? You can tell that Rusev is experiencing discomfort as he limps to try and adjust the ladder as the Intercontinental Championship goes back and forth swaying. I know, being a one-legged warrior, but look who's back. Back again, and it ain't shady. It's the young OG. Cutter! OG Cutter! And Javon Evans got all of it. That boy bouncy. That boy gonna fly. Javon Evans. Look at this insane cutter. The height, the launch, the distance by Javon Evans. However, look who's back. The Intercontinental Champion with a Mexican Destroyer to Javon Evans. Penta proving just how incredible and exactly why he's been the Intercontinental Champion. Penta showing the tear, showing the wear that this match has had on his body as he struggles to make his climb. He is so close to retrieving the title and retaining. Penta is all alone. And there it is. It's all over. Penta is still Intercontinental Champion. Congratulations to Penta on retaining the Intercontinental Championship. Penta was insistent on defending his title in a ladder match. He insisted on it. And the results, it seemed very odd for someone to set out such a challenge, knowing that their title is an extreme risk and not having anything in their favor, no champion's advantage whatsoever. However, at the end of the day, another reason to prove why he's Intercontinental Champion. Just another layer of grit, another layer of courage, another layer of resilience for the man who can still call himself the Intercontinental Champion. We saw all kinds of chaos throughout this match as we're looking back at some of the highlights, including this where Rey Mysterio crushed through Rusev as they went through a ladder, West Coast through, and then a Spanish fly off the ladder from JD McDonough to Dragon Lee. And then a super Mexican destroyer off the ladder by Penta to JD McDonough. And that was the final time we would see JD McDonough. And a massive OG cutter to Rusev off the ladder. What a WrestleMania debut for that young man. However, the end showed a spectacular display, a tremendous effort, and a retention of the Intercontinental Championship for Penta, a man who shows zero fear when it comes to defending that Intercontinental Championship. Congratulations to Penta. Obafemi, let's get a look at this. On ESPN, we saw this to open up the show. Obafemi made work of Brock Lesnar putting away the Beast in quick fashion. Obafemi truly becoming the next big thing. The ruler reigns supreme, putting down the Beast. And then in an emotional moment, Brock Lesnar showing the most emotion I have ever seen as he took off the gloves. And then he would unlace the boots. And Brock Lesnar has said goodbye. What a moment. Anyways, let's take a quick break. TikTok. Let's go back to live. We are back live on Twitch. Lorelai, I want to thank you for letting me know about my audio. I turned it off when I took my last break and I forgot to turn it back on. Luckily, you helped me catch it in time so I could still get most of my film. Yep, I finally cracked this open. I had one last night. They're great. ESPN is now heading over to ESPN Plus, ESPN, the app, ESPN Unlimited for WrestleMania, the continuation of WrestleMania 42 Sunday, the first hour free on ESPN. Now we are heading over to the ESPN app. You can get the ESPN Unlimited bundle as well. Also, the best way you all can support me and help me keep doing what I do is hitting that follow button, supporting the content, and just keep spreading the content out. I want the world to see what I'm capable of so that one day when it comes down to it, when the opportunity is there, I want to be able to fill those shoes and take the spot. We've already had an incredible start to WrestleMania Sunday. We have so much more to come. The mug top highlight. Got that dog in you? The Super Cody Cutter into an RKO. But the problem was there was no official, and then out would come Pat McAfee, that goofy you-know-what, to be an official, and I don't even think it was legal. And Cody Rhodes still managed to kick out. And then in one of the most puzzling turn of events, Randy Orton would RKO Pat McAfee, and then would allow Cody Rhodes to crossroads Randy Orton to retain the WWE Championship. And Orton with the title clocking it on the skull, and then would punt Cody Rhodes. That was last night's main event. Tonight's main event features the World Heavyweight Championship and the World Heavyweight Champion CM Punk defending it against the OTC Roman Reigns. WWE Club coming soon to you. Get all access to exclusives. The celebrity is always out, and WrestleMania is no different. JOP. One of the greatest producers in the history of music, Rick Rubin, is in the house. And guess who else? Jameer Gibbs back for night 2 of WrestleMania. And UFC legend, DC himself, Daniel Cormier, is in the house. And none other than Joe Jonas, who led the national anthem and gave us his presence. Oh my. Adam Pearce, who announced during the pre-show, the countdown, that this match would become a street fight. Things are going to go from bad to worse for Dominic Mysterio. Dominic Mysterio, the current holder of the AAA Mega Championship. And speaking of championship, the WWE Women's Championship match is still to come as Jade Cargill defends her title against the Eradicator, Rhea Bloody Ripley. And then in our main event, it all comes down to this. 14 years in the making. From being brought in as CM Punk's hitman in the Shield, Roman Reigns and CM Punk collide for the World Heavyweight Championship to close out the Showcase of Immortals. But coming up is the United States title match that has been led with a lot of controversy as Sami Zayn becoming U.S. champ so close to WrestleMania. The WWE Universe are not happy with Sami Zayn. Carmelo Hayes was the United States champion, defended it time and time again, all for Sami Zayn to come in and steal the U.S. championship from Carmelo Hayes, taking Carmelo Hayes' spot at WrestleMania. And Trick Williams would come to take over and find a spot. What originally should have been Melo's spot comes into the hands of Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn has bought into the idea of results over good. Never forget when Sami Zayn ended Gunther's historic 666th day as Intercontinental Champion. That was WrestleMania 40. Here we are 2 years later, and Sami's defending the U.S. title. However, it could be time to whoop that trick. And there's Lil Yachty. The man that the WWE Universe has been waiting to see. It's time to whoop that Trick. What a grand entrance for Trick Williams. And that's a WWE superstar. Trick Williams, the future of WWE. No doubt about that. He will be a top player in WWE for years to come. This match brought to you by Knox Hydration. Trick Williams, a former NXT champion, has made it to the main roster and looking to take over. That's a long jacket there. I thought he was laying out the carpet behind him. If it was ready, he'd be laying out the red carpet. Trick Williams' jacket has covered up the entire stage. This is the highest level for Trick Williams that he's been so far. Another WrestleMania debut. We've seen quite a few WrestleMania debuts over this weekend, and this is just another. Trick Williams has a chance to cement his legacy and add just another layer. It's all about the United States Championship. You saw held up by referee Jason Ayers. The United States Championship that has been held by some of the all-time greats, including the inaugural U.S. champion, legendary WWE Hall of Famer, the late Harley Race, one of the all-time greats in pro wrestling. And now the title currently held by Sami Zayn, as Trick Williams looks to win his first championship since coming up to the main roster, since joining the Blue Brand Friday Night SmackDown. However, not if Sami Zayn has something to say about it. This new attitude from Sami Zayn has proven to show that he values results more than being the good guy, more than being a man of the people. Sami Zayn once lived by being the underdog from the underground. There is no underdog left in Sami Zayn in that mindset. Sami Zayn clotheslining Trick Williams over the top to the outside on the floor. Trick Williams, a former NXT champion, much the same as Sami Zayn, having similar paths on their ventures in WWE. However, Sami Zayn spent a long time on the independent scene before making it to WWE. Sami Zayn has a lot of experience. And what a neck breaker by Trick Williams, who kips back up to his feet. Trick Williams, also a former TNA World Champion, which was a big win for Trick Williams, a big accolade. That title held by some of the all-time greats, some of the great WWE Hall of Famers, the likes of newest WWE Hall of Famer AJ Styles, as Trick Williams just slammed Sami Zayn to the mat, but not quite enough to put the champion down for the victory. Williams measuring up Zayn, but Zayn gets the boot up. Perhaps thinking for Blue Thunder Bomb, and he gets it as he drives Williams into the mat. Was trying to whoop that Trick Williams, but Trick Williams able to kick out of the Blue Thunder Bomb. Sami Zayn toying with his challenger. Referee Jason Ayers trying to get Sami Zayn out of the corner. Sami Zayn hammering away now at his challenger. Lil Yachty in the corner of Trick Williams, not pleased by this, trying to check on his guy. Zayn continuing to toy with Trick Williams as Jason Ayers has got his hands full trying to deal with this aggressiveness of Sami Zayn. Watch your back. And what a cheap shot. That was unnecessary. Lil Yachty didn't do anything to you. And Sami Zayn's going to take out Lil Yachty as Yachty gets driven into the barricade. Surely that's the last time we see Lil Yachty awake and in control of his mind in this matchup. Maybe he'll be up just in time to see the end result of this matchup. Oh, and just driving the face. And again, smashing the face of Trick Williams into the post. You get a shot of that U.S. title that's on the table. We could crown a new United States champion, but maybe not. Sami Zayn with a brain buster on the apron, the hardest part of the ring. Just above the frame of the ring, there is nothing but metal, nothing but hardwood. This Sami Zayn is the most aggressive Sami Zayn we have ever seen. Sami Zayn, as one would say, grabbing life by the cojones and taking it to the fullest extent. Trick Williams could get counted out, but Sami Zayn isn't going to do it that way. Sami Zayn measuring up. And a haluva kick. Sending the boot at full speed into the face of Trick Williams, knocking out his challenger. Sami Zayn very well taking a count-out victory. Sami Zayn has turned this dark side on after falling short to Drew McIntyre for the WWE Championship earlier this year. It changes a man when you feel so close to the WWE title and you come up short. And at the count of 8, Trick could very well get counted out in this big matchup. However, Trick's resilience gets shown as he makes it just before 10. Sami Zayn is just trying to pummel his challenger. Sami Zayn has been playing it cheap as of late, and one more haluva kick could send the message. It could be all over. Sami Zayn is ready to put away Trick Williams. And revenge, Lil Yachty. And bang, what a shot. Oh, but Sami Zayn stays alive. Lil Yachty finds himself back up, and the knee pad comes down. Trick Williams ready to send his final shot. Oh, Sami Zayn behind, roll up, stack it up. Nope. And a kick out of 2. Sami catching Trick, and an exploder suplex to Trick Williams in the corner. We've seen this time and time again. What usually follows up is a haluva kick. We saw one earlier from Sami Zayn to Trick Williams outside. And now this could be the finishing blow inside the ring. And Trick shot. It got all of it. Trick shot. And we got a new United States champion. What a win for Trick Williams. Trick Williams certainly whooped that trick. Congratulations to Trick Williams overcoming the odds. Sami Zayn's aggressive side worked out against him as Lil Yachty helped out Trick Williams. Lil Yachty was able to get some revenge on Sami Zayn for taking him out earlier in the matchup. We saw an exploder suplex by Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn was looking for the final blow. That haluva kick to send it. But what was sent was a nasty trick shot that would put away Sami Zayn to give Trick Williams the victory and to declare him as your brand new United States champion. What a WrestleMania moment for Trick Williams. The stars of NXT are running wild at WrestleMania. From Obafemi defeating Brock Lesnar to open up WrestleMania, to Trick Williams defeating Sami Zayn to become U.S. champion. You saw Trick Williams' parents front and center, and the look of despair in the face of Sami. It's all about Trick Williams. An extra 10 pounds of gold. Lil Yachty helped out just a little bit. It's always good to have some friends, and Lil Yachty was there when Trick Williams needed him the most. Sami Zayn has got to figure out his little life crisis, his change of emotions as of late, and get his head straight. See what he truly wants out of this. What does he truly want out of life? Following this loss, as Trick Williams is your brand new United States champion. So much more of WrestleMania Sunday to come. Let's take a short little break following that impeccable match. for WrestleMania 42, Night 2. We're 3 matches in, which means we've got 3 matches left, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, we've got the Demon, Finn Balor, and Dominic Mysterio in a street fight, the Women's Championship match, and the World Title match. George Kittle, I mentioned earlier, he's still here. He's still functioning after another beer. Tyrese Halliburton is just feeding into it. Last night, George Kittle took Tyrese Halliburton's beer. Now, Tyrese Halliburton is just feeding it to him. Talk about an absolute machine. And Tony Hinchcliffe is here. He certainly survived last night's Kill Tony. And Gronk is in the house. Rob Gronkowski. A light sip from Gronk. And there you go, Gronk. I don't know. George Kittle's got Gronk's number on chugging. A King's entrance for Dirty Dominic Mysterio. Dominic Mysterio, the AAA Mega Champion, and he wants to show it off loud and proud. Dominic Mysterio, the king of the luchadors. At least that's what he calls himself. Dominic Mysterio paying homage to Perro Aguayo. Dominic Mysterio is going to have to bring it all out tonight because his opponent is bringing everything out. The Demon, Finn Balor. When the demon arises, there is hell to pay. And it's only going to get even worse for the fact that it's a street fight. It was earlier today when general manager Adam Pearce would turn this from a regular one-on-one to a street fight. I think he wants to see Dominic Mysterio get slapped around finally. Even more so than he did at WrestleMania 39 by his father, Rey Mysterio, the legendary luchador who unfortunately came up short in the Intercontinental title ladder match earlier tonight when we were live on ESPN. A former brother, a clubmate of the Judgment Day. Dominic saw that Finn Balor was getting too soft. And seeing that, and having compassion and having respect doesn't show someone is soft. It shows that they just care. The true mystique of the demon Finn Balor. You can see the facial expression of Dirty Dom. It don't look good. He's trying to hide behind us. Dominic Mysterio's face says it all. He's trying to hide there, but tonight, the thing is, there is nowhere to run and there is nowhere to hide. The demon is here and he is ready to strike. Dom looks absolutely frightened at the demon. Dominic said, I'm not scared of the demon. Bring what you got. However, you say that, then, well, this is now, once you see the demon, it's all different. Dominic Mysterio may have bitten off more than he can chew when he questioned Finn Balor's integrity. When he questioned Finn Balor getting a little bit too soft, seeing Finn Balor show some respect to CM Punk after their world title match earlier this year. The demon crawls towards Mysterio. I would say, what kind of strategy do you have if you're Dominic Mysterio? There's really no strategy going into this match against the demon Finn Balor. It's already bad enough that Dominic Mysterio was going to have to go against the demon in regular one-on-one action. But for this to now become a street fight, that allows the demon to have more tools of fury to inflict pain on Dirty Dom, to get all of his revenge. When the deepest and darkest thoughts come out to fruition, when his instincts come out, it's Finn Balor's war paint. When nothing affects the demon, this supernaturalness that Finn Balor is able to bring out of himself when he enters demon mode. And what a clothesline by Balor to Dirty Dom. The demon is taking it slow and he's enjoying every bit of it. It came this far. Dirty Dom took it very far, and the demon is going to make sure that Dirty Dom pays for it. Kendo stick in hand, and the demon goes a-swinging. The Judgment Day turned their backs on Finn Balor, and this is what you get. This is the version you're going to get. Dirty Dom said he didn't need Finn Balor, so he was kicked out. Oh, however, Dirty Dom with a suicide dive, getting the first bit of offense in this match for Dirty Dom. Full swinging with that kendo stick. Now it's Dom who's trying to unload on the demon. Swinging around. Yeah, if you got the demon down, don't do any kind of showboating. Do your best to keep him down. Because that demon, he stays down for a little bit, but he doesn't stay down for long. As they say, he's here for a good time, not a long time. Oh, what a brutal shot. And driving the chair into the spine of Balor. Dominic Mysterio has done a great job at now turning this match around. And up and over. Leaping over with a senton. Just stomping a mud hole into the demon. Dominic truly carries himself as a champion. Love him or hate him, Dominic Mysterio has that mentality of in any means necessary, do what you got to do, get the job done. However, the facial expression of the demon says that it is nowhere near over. Dominic perhaps looking for the first of the trio of suplexes. However, not there as Balor counters and a sling blade by the demon. The demon measuring up Dominic Mysterio, but Dominic gets the boot up. And driving Balor, looking for a 619. He may hate his dad, but he stole his move. A big win for Dom if he can defeat the Demon and he gets the splash. But no easy task as the Demon kicks out at a shocking one. At least shocking for Dom. The WWE Universe already knows what Finn Balor is capable of. What the Demon Finn Balor is capable of. But Dirty Dom, this is his first experience with the Demon. And down goes Dom. And the shotgun drop kick to Dirty Dom in the corner. This could be the beginning of the end. And again to Dirty Dom. Balor heads up to the top. Dom is in the drop zone. Went for the coup de grace. Oh, and just driving the steel chair into the Demon. That could be it. This time the Demon kicking out at 2. So Dominic may have just softened up the Demon just a bit more. Just clocking the Demon right in the skull with the steel chair. However, not enough to put Finn Balor down. I will say a shot like that would have put many superstars down. However, the Demon on this night, whenever that war paint comes on, the inner abilities come out. Dirty Dom looking to introduce a table into this matchup. If Dom can win tonight, it'll add the momentum to the Judgment Day. Unfortunately for the Judgment Day, that JD McDonough didn't win the Intercontinental title in the ladder match earlier tonight, but Dominic can still get the lick back for the Judgment Day and defeat the Demon and finally get rid of Balor once and for all. However, those words said are easier said than done. And a sling blade by Balor. With a table set up in the corner, Balor looks to get ready to put away Dirty Dom. And another super kick by Dom. And Balor gets sent through the table. Doesn't matter what kind of powers, what kind of higher power you listen to. Getting sent through a table is getting sent through a table. And Dirty Dom is looking to smash the face of the Demon in. The Demon stunned. And that's got to be it. Game over. Oh! But the Demon will not stay down. It's going to take a lot more than that. You gotta think that there is the fear that continues to build up in Dominic Mysterio as he continues to go harder and harder on his opponent, the Demon Finn Balor. Finn continues to survive everything that Dom is throwing at him. And now just slamming away with the chair and the spine of the Demon. Just losing his mind and unleashing everything on the Demon. Dominic once again looks under the ring, perhaps to find a goodie to put away Balor. Now, another table that comes into the mix. First one wasn't enough to put away Balor. Finn Balor has not moved whatsoever. The Demon, however, is ever so resilient. This table's having some problems. And the WWE Universe booing Dirty Dom. Oh, no. Count your days because the demon has risen from the dead. A dangerous demon with a steel chair in hand as he unleashes the fury with chair shot after chair shot, letting his rage out on former fellow Judgment Day member. These two would have done everything for each other at one point, and now the same can't be said at this point. Trapped inside the steel chair, the shotgun drop kick lays out Dirty Dom. And it could be time to say good night as Balor heads up high. And the coup de grace. That's gotta do it. The demon puts away Dirty Dom. Dominic Mysterio certainly bit off more than he could chew. And the demon Finn Balor proven to be battle tested, a battle warrior. The amount of pain that the demon can absorb is insane. It's like nothing I have ever seen before. It is legitimately, the best way to describe it is supernatural. Closing the proverbial eyes as he puts away Dominic Mysterio. And just exploding in anger with chair shot after chair shot on Dominic Mysterio. A long time in the making. Then the chair that was wrapped around Mysterio. The final blow was the coup de grace to Dominic Mysterio through the table. Dirty Dom laid out 1, 2, and 3. Finn Balor pins Dominic Mysterio flat in the center of the ring. The demon has risen, and the demon is victorious. We got Jade and Rhea for the title coming up next as we inch closer and closer to our main event. All right. What a night it has been. And it's flying by, this WrestleMania. WrestleMania truly flying by. 2 matches to go to close out this year's WrestleMania. It's the greatest spectacle, the show of shows, the showcase of immortals. So many stars have been born over the last 48 hours. The storm has arrived at WrestleMania. It may be clear skies, but once Jade Cargill arrives, the storm comes to life. The winning streak could continue. The first time ever one-on-one matchup between Jade Cargill and the Eradicator, Rhea Ripley, about to come your way. Jade Cargill, her first time entering WrestleMania as the women's champion. A true physical specimen. However, she's got all kinds of power. There's a reason that she's the WWE Women's Champion. However, this woman, the Eradicator, a true WWE superstar. Another night for Rhea Ripley in the office to showcase her abilities, why she is a true superstar, former 3-time world champion. This is her 7th career WrestleMania. Unstoppable over the years, Rhea Ripley has taken on all comers. This is another stop for Rhea Ripley on her journey. Ripley earned this match by winning the 2026 Elimination Chamber match, the most hellacious structure ever brought in to WWE. Rhea Ripley is known to make WrestleMania moments, and tonight is going to be no different. There is no doubt in my mind about it. Rhea Ripley taking it all in, soaking in the moment before this match is underway. Jade Cargill disrespecting the championship, saying she doesn't need it. The referee holding up the WWE Women's Championship. The gold is on the line. The two irresistible forces finally come to a head. The bell rings. This match is officially underway. What started as Rhea Ripley winning the Elimination Chamber has led to an all-out emotional warfare between Ripley and Cargill, as these two tie up collar and elbow as a true test of strength to get this match started. Who is the true powerhouse of the women's division? And a shoulder tackle as Jade Cargill knocks down Rhea Ripley and follows up with a scoop slam. Jade Cargill talking her smack as she gets the early control over Rhea Ripley. Looks to follow up, however, Rhea Ripley ripcord into a kick and planting Cargill into the mat. Ripley does not like the disrespect that she has taken from Jade Cargill. She wants to break free from the insanity that Jade Cargill has caused her. From things that have been said, words exchanged over social media, to face-to-face encounters, to physical encounters. And talk about physical encounters, a power slam by Cargill However, Rhea Ripley was able to kick out. Jade Cargill stomping away at her challenger in the corner. And just dumping Rhea Ripley to the outside onto the floor. Jade just driving all of her muscle into the back of Ripley and then driving Ripley into the barricade, spine first. Jade Cargill showing the early power advantage over Rhea Ripley. It's been hard for Rhea Ripley to get any kind of offense so far. She's gotten a little bit of something. I mean, we are still in the early goings of this bout. However, the longer this match goes on, who does this match favor? Rhea Ripley has the time over Jade Cargill. Who is going to have the endurance to outrun the other? And power bombing a blue thunder bomb was used by Jade Cargill. But all Rhea Ripley can do is smile. She wants more. She really wants Jade Cargill to bring it. Oh, wait a minute. You don't see this too often. And a crossface applied by Jade Cargill. A submission hold applied. Pulling some new tricks out of the bag. Cargill, not the type to get technical. Usually the type to get down to the nitty gritty and get physical. Rhea Ripley doing what she can to muscle and power out. Trying to fight up. Using her strength. Tried to power up Jade Cargill, but too much. And got the kick right on the side of the head, stunning the champion. Jade Cargill temporarily stunned by the Eradicator, Rhea Ripley. How will Rhea Ripley respond? However, Jade Cargill is the first one up. Rhea Ripley with a takedown as she pummels away. Jade Cargill now turning things around as she hammers away. These two are showing that it's becoming an even battle. That these two may just be evenly matched. Oh, what a shot to the side of the head. And her battle scream, her battle cry. Rhea Ripley has up on her shoulders as Jade Cargill implanting her face first. An awkward, rough landing for Jade Cargill as she almost got put away right then and there by Rhea Ripley. But not quite enough to put the storm away. To put out the storm. Rhea Ripley trying to get herself up. Perhaps thinking Riptide right here, right now. Counter with a hip toss by Cargill. Sidestepping is Rhea Ripley. Up and over. Look at that athleticism. Oh, that was a nasty kick. Popping up. And a double-A spine buster stacks up Rhea. Usually that's Rhea Ripley's go-to, is to stack up, pin her opponents. Jade Cargill is hitting Rhea Ripley with everything, but still not working to her favor. Perhaps looking to make sure that Rhea Ripley is jaded. But Rhea Ripley rolls through. Rhea Ripley rolls through. Could it be enough? Oh, but the champion kicks out. Popping up Rhea. Rhea Ripley doing everything she can to fight out. And a Hurricane Rana counters. And a Shining Wizard by the challenger lays out the champion. What is this? And it's Michin who gets involved. B-Fab now up. Jade Cargill has her goons and sidesteps as Jade Cargill. Rhea Ripley connects with the post. Oh, and Michin just sent Rhea right into the post. B-Fab and Michin are playing a massive role. And that's got to do it, but no. It was a rough kick out. Let's get a look at this move. The ever so expanding arsenal. And now it becomes an unfair game for Rhea Ripley as she has to deal with two others on the outside. The referee being distracted by Jade Cargill. Our B-Fab and Michin are going to use this Nope. Nope. Oh! Here comes Io Sky. When you need her the most, backup arrives. Io Sky, the genius of the sky, has arrived. The former tag team partner of Rhea Ripley, who peacefully went their separate ways so that Rhea Ripley could go on this journey for the Women's Championship. However, the genius of the sky is here to even up the odds. Springs up, and a moonsault tried to take out Io Sky with a pump kick was Jade Cargill. And a headbutt. And Riptide countered. Pump kick. Cargill counters. And that's gonna do it. Nope. Counters. And this time rolls underneath. And Rhea Ripley got all of it. Riptide, stack up, and a brand new WWE Women's Champion. Rhea Ripley had Io written out on her wrist tape. She knew she could always count on Io Sky, and Io was there. Io made sure that this all went smoothly, that everything was all played out fairly. The biggest women's wrestling star on the planet stands tall as your brand new WWE Women's Champion. Io Sky was here to save the day, to get rid of Michin, to get rid of B-Fab. And the final blow. First, it seemed like a riptide, then the pump kick. This is one of the most impressive counters I've seen. The way that she ducked under, held on, connected the riptide. An impressive display shown by the Eradicator. And most importantly, the brand new WWE Women's Champion. Rhea and company. Rhea Ripley and her bestie, Io Sky, get to celebrate. What a win for Rhea Ripley. Around the world, everybody's watching WrestleMania. From Melbourne to Quezon City to Dublin. It's all happening. WrestleMania, a worldwide phenomenon. Oscar Catalan says, most predictable WrestleMania of all time. Thanks for tuning in, Oscar. Sometimes things can be predictable, but sometimes predictable isn't bad. Sometimes predictable leads to good things. Rhea Ripley winning the WWE Women's Championship was impressive. It was the right call. Obafemi defeating Brock Lesnar, showing that he is the true ruler of WWE. He is the true next big thing. And that Brock Lesnar being the big thing is up. And then what would shock the WWE universe was the emotions that would come from Brock Lesnar as he would unlace his boots following, taking off his gloves, leaving in the center of the ring, and saying goodbye to the WWE. It appears that Brock Lesnar's career as a pro wrestler are over as he and his advocate Paul Heyman shared a moment. Paul Heyman in absolute tears. Heyman, every step of the way, he was there for Brock Lesnar. From Brock Lesnar being a young man, fresh out of college, fresh out of being a two-time NCAA heavyweight champion, to Brock Lesnar winning his first WWE championship at SummerSlam 2002 when he defeated The Rock, to now on Brock Lesnar's very last WrestleMania. I didn't know this was going to happen. There was no sense of the idea that Brock Lesnar was ready to lay down his sword, was ready to lay down once and for all. However, we got new champions. We've got the new United States champion, Trick Williams. We've got new WWE Women's Champion, Rhea Ripley, the retaining Intercontinental Champion, Penta, and the official ruler, Obafemi. 106,072 is the overall 2-day weekend attendance for WrestleMania. Oh, no. Here comes Danhausen. What in the world are we witnessing? Danhausen has micros. The cursed mobile. Danhausen arriving in the only way he knows how to. Quite the interesting turn of events. There's also a Danhausen blimp, by the way, going around this stadium. It's flying around. Danhausen doing everything to take over WrestleMania weekend. Danhausen's gonna speak. And oh, right, and the toxic Jules. Miz is trying to fight them all off. And Danhausen sends one for the Miz. The "You Are Cursed" shuffle. Danhausen has fooled everybody. Coming up is your main event. The best in the world, CM Punk. And the OTC Roman Reigns. What a WrestleMania moment we just saw with Danhausen, The Miz, Kit Wilson, many Danhausens. Coming up next is our main event. I guess I'm going to take one final break before the main event. Troll, thank you for liking the live. I appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Thank you to everybody who's joined in tonight. I really appreciate everybody. Commentary is my dream, and you all make it possible. Every day, every like, every follow, every repost, every retweet. Anyways, my final break before the main event. All right, Twitch and YouTube land, I'm back. It's almost time for our main event. What are our predictions for the main event? This main event could go either way. Roman Reigns, CM Punk, heavyweight title match. Who have you all got? Drop your predictions in the chat below. Whether you're here, I'm pointing for those who are watching on TikTok. Here, if you're on Twitch and YouTube, you see me pointing. So drop those predictions. Lorelai, you got Punk? Lorelai over on Twitch has got CM Punk to be the victor in this World Heavyweight title WrestleMania spectacle main event match. It is the highest caliber match you can have. The main event of WrestleMania to close out another historic WrestleMania. Stars have risen. Stars have returned. Now it's time for the final stop. My next question is over or under 30 minutes for the main event? From bell to bell, not from entrance, because the entrances are going to take 20 minutes per person, probably, or 20 minutes for the both of them. My guess is they're each going to have about a 10-minute entrance, so we're thinking over 30. I am thinking the match is going to be around 30 minutes. And it's going to take us to about 9:30. Anything can literally happen in this world title match. I have predicted every other match. I said that CM Punk will walk out victorious and retain the world title. But if I'm being honest, I said that just because I needed to make a prediction. It could go either way. I am literally clueless to what could happen in this matchup. It's either man's game, and that's what makes it a story worth telling. A story worth the main event of the greatest show, of the biggest show, WrestleMania Super Bowl, or WWE Super Bowl. Someone might get involved in the match. It's possible. I just wouldn't know who. It's hard to say. Maybe the Usos will get involved in the match. It's hard to say if the Usos get involved in the match, considering they were in a match yesterday, and it would kind of change the momentum of where they're heading. That's what I'm saying. It's WrestleMania. Anything can happen. I have absolutely no idea. However, we are back at WrestleMania. Mortal Kombat 2 coming your way, only in theaters May 8th, filmed for IMAX, and it's about to be main event time. Questions will be answered. The time to talk is over. Welcome in. Welcome on in, C. Hayes. Appreciate you coming in. I always appreciate you. It's main event time. The entrance of the OTC, the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns, has begun. Next is the main event. Real Madrid Fan 7. The main event is next. Thank you all for all the likes on tonight's stream. Roman Reigns slowly makes his way down to the ring. Roman Reigns said if he loses to CM Punk tonight, this is the last time we will see him in WWE. What does WWE without Roman Reigns look like? Roman Reigns turned WWE into what it has become today, the conglomerate that it is. Roman Reigns and the Bloodline, at the tail end of the pandemic era, led the WWE into this new era that has spread WWE into more homes than ever. If there's a name that anybody knows in today's era, it's the big dog. It's the Tribal Chief, the OTC, Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns, you saw when Roman Reigns was first making his entrance at the beginning, all of his family members being displayed on screen, those past, those that have passed, those that have come before Roman Reigns that have made it to the point that Roman Reigns could have this spotlight today, that built the path for the Anoa'i family to be such a strong unit in the industry of professional wrestling. For the second straight year in a row, CM Punk gets to main event WrestleMania. And ironically, thankfully, to Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns always saying that CM Punk didn't deserve to be in the main event. And ironically, the reason that CM Punk is in the main event, the fact that he's world champion, you got to give that to CM Punk. But Roman Reigns believes it's truly because of him. I had no idea my microphone was almost coming apart. My microphone was almost coming off the boom. I had no idea. Roman Reigns has the most WrestleMania main events in history, even surpassing the legendary Hulkster, WWE Hall of Famer, the late Hulk Hogan. Roman Reigns is on a level of his own. He feels that even CM Punk, who is heading into this match as champion, isn't on his level. I was so still and not talking, so focused on CM Punk's entrance that it started to tell me I was inactive. CM Punk honoring those that we have lost here in WWE. Jim Shank, camera operator, our first WrestleMania without him. CM Punk honoring those who have helped shape WWE what it has become. Those unsung heroes that you don't get to see on screen. Leave it up to CM Punk to make sure that everybody is mentioned, that everyone is recognized. That's what a man who represents this company is all about. It's main event time. It's Punk. It's Roman. Let's head to the great Alicia Taylor. This is surely going to be an immortal moment, a moment in time where the world stops and stares and watches an all-time great main event. CM Punk and Roman Reigns. Referee Rod Zapata is given the honor to referee this match and be the official as he holds up that world title. It's big fight time. The world title is on the line. CM Punk faces his toughest challenge to date in a feud that is 14 years in the making. From the time that Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, and Dean Ambrose were handpicked to represent and be the attack dogs for CM Punk, the Shield ruled the WWE. They were there to help CM Punk, and at the time, a historic 434-day reign. It was historic for the modern era. That was until Roman Reigns would be on triple that with a 1,300 plus day reign that would come to a close at WrestleMania 40. Roman Reigns has carried WWE over the last 4 years and beyond. Roman Reigns was the hand-picked guy to be the face of WWE. Main event after main event, Roman Reigns has always found himself in the picture for the big prize, for the WWE Championship, for the World Championship. Roman Reigns, a former Intercontinental Champion, Tag Team Champion, this year's Royal Rumble winner. Roman Reigns has been through some of the most hellacious matches, but the same could be said about CM Punk. Roman Reigns referring to CM Punk as an old man. However, CM Punk doesn't mind. CM Punk can still go. CM Punk is still competing at an extremely high level. There's a reason that CM Punk is world champion, and there's a reason that CM Punk is heading into this match and defending the World Heavyweight Championship. When the talk has died down, these two finally get to collide. And what everyone has been waiting for, CM Punk takes down Roman with a shoulder tackle. And then it becomes a bit of a shoving game now between these two superstars. Neither man could afford to let their emotions get the best of them in this matchup. If there's one thing Roman Reigns doesn't like, is he doesn't like being disrespected. Roman Reigns feels disrespected by a man, in his eyes, who he sees leaving the company, walking out, and then just randomly deciding he wants to show back up. And Roman Reigns saying, who do you think they came to first when the talks were brought up about bringing you back? They came to me. At the time, Roman Reigns was still the undisputed WWE champion. This would be months before WrestleMania 40, when at Survivor Series War Games 2023, when CM Punk would make his return in Chicago at the Allstate Arena to close out the show. And Roman Reigns, with a Samoan drop, lays out the Second City Saint. Roman Reigns undoubtedly has the power over CM Punk, but does Roman Reigns have the wits? CM Punk, the veteran of the two. CM Punk has done this for much longer. Despite CM Punk's 9 years away from WWE, only 7 years away from this sport. Roman Reigns is going to send CM Punk to the outside onto the floor. It's going to come down to strategy at the end of it. CM Punk is going to need to pull the rabbit out of the hat. I may be saying that about the champion, but Roman Reigns has got the power advantage, as I mentioned, over CM Punk. Roman Reigns, who always finds himself in the perfect spot, the perfect position to maintain control. Last year at WrestleMania, these two were part of the big main event, that big triple threat match that involved Roman Reigns, CM Punk, and Seth Rollins, who we saw fall short to the ring general Gunther last night due to a returning Braun Breaker. However, tonight is about the heated rivalry between CM Punk and Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns winning the 2026 Royal Rumble. Roman Reigns is a 2-time Royal Rumble winner, winning the Royal Rumble back in 2015 for the first time, to win it 11 years later. Roman Reigns is maintaining his energy, conserving, staying focused, staying calm, dumping CM Punk over the barricade, rolls back into the ring and rolls right back out. Wise instincts from Roman Reigns to break the count so we can have more time to go to work on CM Punk. Roman Reigns standing tall and throwing the one to the sky. Punk is taking a front row seat. However, Punk starts to fight back at Roman Reigns and dumping his challenger back into the ringside area is CM Punk, and up and springs up and off the barricade with a clothesline that lays out the OTC. And now it's CM Punk who stands up tall and mocks the tribal chief on the announce desk. The fans are not too pleased by CM Punk. Roman Reigns dumping CM Punk off the announce table. CM Punk took just a little bit too much time showboating, and it could cost him. CM Punk cannot afford to get arrogant. CM Punk cannot afford to be cocky. That is not the man that CM Punk is. We expected a bit more from Roman Reigns, but CM Punk is not who we expected from. The confidence of CM Punk cannot exceed into overconfidence. Roman Reigns saying, "Mock me again." That's what happens. This is where Roman Reigns finds the good point. CM Punk has found himself as fighting from down under for most of his career, always feeling like he's been slighted, to having the opportunity to main event and coming in as the heavyweight champion. CM Punk taking the opportunity. When he defeated Jey Uso back at Saturday night's main event late last year, Seth Rollins got hurt. Punk took the opportunity. It all comes to fruition. Everything that's meant to be happens. Right now, things are looking bleak for the champion as Roman Reigns finds himself in the driver's seat. CM Punk, who disrespected Roman Reigns, saying, when it's all said and done, I am going to bury you right next to your father. Roman Reigns' father, the late one half of the Wild Samoans, Sika, WWE Hall of Famer. Roman Reigns picking up the pace and drives down CM Punk to put away the champion as he hooked the far leg, not quite enough for victory. Roman Reigns is adding that extra oomph with each shot, knowing that just that extra bit could be the difference maker in the decision of this matchup. Roman Reigns measuring up, looking for a Superman punch. Reigns is locked, cocked, and ready to blow. CM Punk able to sidestep and comes in with a clothesline. Now it's CM Punk who looks to climb and take risk, take flight. CM Punk up at the top. And a crossbody by the heavyweight champion, who now just hammers away at the OTC. Punk takes the first shot and coming in with some jabs at Roman Reigns. Oh! And lays out Roman Reigns. Nice heel kick by CM Punk. And the running knee to Roman Reigns. CM Punk looking to follow up with a running bulldog that drives Roman Reigns into the mat. Punk is calling for it. Punk is signaling that it is time for Roman Reigns to go to sleep. CM Punk is ready to put away the OTC. And now the end could be near for the big dog. Roman Reigns trying to make it back up. CM Punk looking for a go to sleep. Roman Reigns fighting out of it with these back elbows to CM Punk. And CM Punk gets driven into the post by Roman Reigns. Sent to the post hard. And a Superman punch. And he lays out Punk to put away Punk, but not enough to keep Punk down. Let's get another look at this in slow motion. Bang. Right on the money. A money shot by Roman Reigns. And still couldn't keep CM Punk down. A man who has driven on the energy of the WWE Universe, CM Punk, feeds off of it all, off of adrenaline, off of everything. Everything he has worked for throughout his electric career. He has always been a man to turn heads, drop pipe bombs, raise heads, raise eyebrows. And now Roman Reigns looks to end all of that tonight. But Punk meets Roman in the corner with a high knee. Roman got caught. He was trying to measure Punk up for a spear. And another running knee. Reigns got completely caught off guard by CM Punk. And Punk taking Reigns down. Looking for a swinging neck breaker. You've seen that from Punk time and time again. Punk has always been a man that he has had to go completely out of his way to prove that he is worthy, that he is a man who deserves to be on top, as Punk sends Reigns right into the Spanish announce desk with a suicide dive. And posing over Roman Reigns, how wise is that? Punk has lived every moment in the way that he has wanted to do it. He has walked away when he has wanted to. He has gone where he felt he is needed. Roman is really being bested by CM Punk right now as Punk goes back into the ring. Rod Zapata starting his count. However, CM Punk has a different idea. What could CM Punk be thinking? The referee trying to tell Punk not to. Punk's got that twinkle in his eye. That devious look. Punk's always full of ideas. Go big or go home. However, Roman Reigns is quick. CM Punk spent a little bit too much time thinking about doing it instead of actually doing it. As these two fight it out on the apron. The hardest part of the ring, and I will say it time and time again, it is dangerous. Right under are the frames that hold up the ring. Roman perching Punk up at the top and just connecting with a clubbing blow to the back. Roman just draping Punk. Punk's leg is caught. CM Punk trying to get at Roman, but Punk is all caught up. CM Punk is utterly defenseless, being caught up, and Roman Reigns has free delivery with each blow that comes Punk's way, just launching nukes. And he's about to drop an atom bomb of a Superman punch. It is hopeless for CM Punk. And another one. And to make it even worse, all the blood is rushing to the head of CM Punk, who is upside down. The ref is going to have to stop this at some point. However, Roman Reigns stops it on his own will. When all the blood rushes to the head, Punk may have some blood coming from his mouth at this point. No, Roman Reigns is going to use those steel steps on CM Punk. You could get yourself disqualified. Oh my God. Roman Reigns has absolutely lost it. If Roman Reigns gets disqualified, he'll win the match. Or Roman Reigns gets disqualified, he'll lose the match, and he'll lose the opportunity to become WWE World Heavyweight Champion. CM Punk would win the match. That's where champion's advantage comes in when it comes to these matches. And the last thing anybody wants is to see it end in such an unfortunate way. Punk's got blood rushing from his forehead. And the gloves of Rod Zapata, come on, it means, oh man, Punk is just covered in blood. Roman came here more than to defeat CM Punk. It's about ending CM Punk, ending this facade that he refers to as CM Punk. Roman Reigns wants to end Punk once and for all and humiliate the Second City Saint, and driving Punk through the table with a power bomb. Punk is a bloody mess, has been sent to the announce desk, and it's only a matter of time before this one's all said and done. The way the body of CM Punk just crashed and burned through the announce desk. The end could be near for CM Punk. Roman Reigns is looking sharp. Roman Reigns looking how he always does when it comes to main eventing WrestleMania, in peak form. After everything that's been said, all the words that have been exchanged, we're seeing who's about talk and who's about the walk. And Roman Reigns is saying it's it. Oh, but Reigns gets caught. GTS out of nowhere. And just collapses right on the Reigns. But Reigns manages to get the shoulder up. Punk. I mentioned the rabbit out of the hat that Punk needed to pull to beat Roman. And that may have just been the only rabbit that CM Punk had out of the hat. There may be no more tricks up the sleeve of CM Punk. With 55,000 fans in attendance, we're seeing a hellacious main event that is so far living up to the expectations. We knew this was going to get down and dirty. These two have gotten personal leading into WrestleMania, mentioning late family members. Roman Reigns, spear! And that's going to do it. We got a new World Heavyweight Champion. No. CM Punk survives a wicked spear from Roman Reigns. Punk was thinking another GTS. Roman ducked, and a spear railing through the Second City Saint, hooked the leg for extra coverage, but still not quite enough to pin CM Punk in the center of the ring. CM Punk will never lay down, never die, never give up. Roman Reigns' face expressing sheer disbelief at CM Punk's resilience, his willpower to stay with it. Now Roman Reigns is absolutely about to go AWOL. He's going to ambush Punk, just sending Punk and shoving Punk into the mat. Roman almost completely losing his cool, but now reminding himself, I got to calm myself down. That's the one thing that Roman Reigns does well. Oh, but now he's mocking CM Punk. Roman Reigns calling it nighttime for CM Punk. Is it going to be good riddance for the Second City Saint? CM Punk is still fighting back. There may not be much to it. It seems to be fading away for CM Punk as Roman Reigns mocks CM Punk with a go to sleep. From the go to sleep gesture to having Punk up on his shoulders, Roman looks to use Punk's own move against him as he raises the one to the sky. The OTC is looking to prove that there is only one. GTS, but gets caught. And a roundhouse kick by Punk. Out of nowhere. But there's still blood coming from CM Punk. And the longer this match goes on, the more blood that CM Punk loses. CM Punk trying to prevent the blood from getting in the eyes. When the blood gets in the eyes, it blurs the vision. And when your vision is blurred, especially in big matches like this, it makes it difficult to compete. Now it's CM Punk who's going to gesture for his own finishing move. Roman Reigns tried to do it to Punk. Oh, but look at this. Punk's going to try a Superman punch. These two are just full of mocking each other. And the Superman punch actually connects. Punk got all of it. But it doesn't have the same effect as when Roman Reigns does it. CM Punk is doing everything he can to put away Roman Reigns. What's it going to take for CM Punk? Punk, what's he got in mind? That's an Ulafala. This is where Punk plays full mockery. Is this wise of Punk to fully mess with Roman Reigns and shoving it in Roman Reigns' face? Reigns is not going to like this. And a spear gets caught. Punk got caught. Roman Reigns is Punk. Roman Reigns, in the peak of his undisputed championship reign, puts so many men out, but Punk counters. Punk, anaconda of eyes. Reigns is ways away for the rope as CM Punk shifts it around. Roman could be forced to tap. Could Roman tap? However, Roman Reigns punching and fighting back at CM Punk. It's now or never for Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is quick to turn it into a guillotine once again. Roman Reigns has got Punk locked. And the legs are wrapped around the waist of Punk. Will Punk be forced into submission in the main event of WrestleMania? Punk managed to fight free. Punk trying to get a submission hold, but Reigns gets a couple rights in to fight off Punk. And fighting and falling right back into the grip of Roman Reigns, and Punk could very well be out. This could be the end of CM Punk. Can you imagine? This is not where you want to be if you're CM Punk. CM Punk turns it into a pinfall. Oh, that was close. But both men thinking the same thing. A double clothesline as both men go down. This has been an absolute brawl. Both men not holding back. Both men are dishing everything out. Who's got this in the bag? Who wants it more? Who is going to take it all home? A massive opportunity for both men to capitalize on. Critical point. Who capitalizes? Who gets the control? Whoever gets the control could very well lead into being the victor and leaving WrestleMania as world champion. And now it comes down to a fighting game. Punk throws the first shot, but Roman responds. Tit for tat. Blow for blow. And a chop to Reigns, a chop to Punk. Who is going to get the better of the exchange? These two absolutely slugging it out. What a knee on Reigns. Oh, and Reigns gets a knee on Punk. These two absolutely hate each other wholeheartedly, and that's what these two are driven by. Punk still has that wound, so he looked like Punk got a little woozy there, taking that last shot to the head. Both men experiencing exhaustion this deep into this matchup. We're in the end game. We're going overtime. Who is going to bring the magic? CM Punk just tossing his wrist tape at Punk. And a low blow, and the ref never saw it. The ref never saw it. And a go to sleep. And the ref never saw. What? How in the world? CM Punk tried to pull his best shot. CM Punk went low, and it still wasn't enough to follow up with a GTS, and still couldn't pull it out. The referee is always required to get any loose items out of the ring, and Punk nailed a low blow when the ref wasn't looking. GTS, and still couldn't manage to keep down Roman Reigns. Reigns is having a hard time recovering as CM Punk keeps dropping elbows. What an absolute historic matchup this has been. Another legendary moment in time where two greats battle it out with pure hatred for each other. That is when true magic comes. When two superstars want nothing more than to rip each other's heads off. CM Punk has Roman Reigns placed on the announce desk. Reigns could be put away as Punk. Punk tried this earlier, but took a little bit too much time. Now we're even deeper into the match, and it's going to take Punk even longer to get himself there, to build up that energy. What is CM Punk thinking? One thing for sure is CM Punk is ready to go high risk, and CM Punk is looking to take out Roman Reigns. Do what you got to do to keep your title. We saw it first with a low blow, and now CM Punk going high risk, high reward. This is how you know that it's WrestleMania. Punk driving the elbow, shot through the heart, and it wasn't too late because CM Punk drives the elbow into the heart of the OTC. Roman Reigns writhing in pain and agony. Punk going big. It's like hitting a home run at the bottom of the ninth, being one run away from taking it all home. Where were you when needed the most? The magic is not lost, and the hope is still alive for CM Punk. We have seen absolutely everything that these two have thrown at each other, from spears to guillotines to GTSs. It's all happened. Low blows even. CM Punk looks to put the final touches on this match and put away Roman Reigns. Punk looking for one more to put away Roman Reigns. But Punk can't do it. GTS. However, Roman Reigns just fell right onto CM Punk. I don't even know if Reigns knows where he's at. Punk just collapsed. Punk's body is absolutely spent. That could be the difference maker in this match as the exhaustion sets in. Roman Reigns mentioned that CM Punk has nowhere near the endurance that I have. And that could be exactly what we've just witnessed, as CM Punk finally gassed. CM Punk finally losing enough blood where he has been sent to his limit. And it's about to be a spear and game over. Punk seemingly ate the spear. Punk's got nothing for it, nothing to show. Roman Reigns is going to be Roman Reigns is just a matter of moments from being world champion. Roman Reigns builds it, and there it is. There's your new world champion. Good night. And Roman Reigns has done it. Roman Reigns has defeated CM Punk. Roman Reigns can once again call himself a champion. This match was filled with all kinds of chaos. Roman Reigns said he'd walk away from WWE if he lost to CM Punk, and it doesn't seem like Roman Reigns is going to go anywhere anytime soon, as he finds himself as the big man in his yard with the World Heavyweight Championship. It was CM Punk's body that gave up on him at the end. Had CM Punk's body not given up on him. We may have seen a different story. CM Punk could very well have just left with the World Heavyweight Championship and still, but that is not the story tonight. The story is Roman Reigns being champion. Roman Reigns gets to start a new reign, a new era. Roman Reigns once again. Another WrestleMania moment for the OTC. CM Punk took Roman Reigns to the absolute limit. CM Punk wanted it so bad. CM Punk wanted it so bad, but Roman Reigns just had it. And this was the spear to end it all. Off the ropes for extra momentum to put away CM Punk to crown a brand new World Heavyweight Champion. What does the future look like for WWE with Roman Reigns once again on top? Roman Reigns has got a big smile on his face. Roman Reigns, another WrestleMania where he gets to close out as a champion. Once again, a rush for gold comes to fruition for the OTC. The tribal chief sits not just at the head of the table, but the head of WWE. Another opportunity to bring relevance to a title. And Roman Reigns will do just that. Say what you want. Roman Reigns had it. Roman Reigns leaves WrestleMania as World Heavyweight Champion as he goes and celebrates with his family. To answer your question, Messi will win the World Cup over on TikTok. Roman Reigns has won the World Heavyweight Championship. What's next for CM Punk? And that's WrestleMania. Then I want to thank everybody who joined me tonight. All the likes, all the follows. Julius Cairo. Cairo, that's my boy over on Twitch. He's a real one. He's been with me since the beginning. Cairo with the 100 biddies. Appreciate you, Cairo. We have those out there not pleased by the result of tonight's main event. Following tonight's main event, I am going to get some content posted for you guys, so stay tuned. Stay active on social media for the next hour or so, and I'm going to get you For those who didn't catch all of my commentary for the main event, that's going to go out immediately. I'm going to get that up and posted, and then I'm going to get a clip from tonight's main event. So there's going to be that. So yeah. Take that as you will. Thank you all for joining. Y'all killed it. We were at like 60 viewers at once at one point over on TikTok. So this won't be the last time I stream on TikTok. It was a very enjoyable experience, a different experience from Hype the Commentator, your boy. I want to thank you all for tuning in and making this a special WrestleMania weekend / birthday extravaganza. My birthday's coming up this Thursday. Honestly, if I'm being honest, it's really not that, hasn't really been that special to me. It hasn't really felt like my birthday that's coming up, but it's a thing. So with that, these Irish goodbyes are done. Good night, everybody. I'm going to get some footage up and some clips up for you tonight. Full match for tonight's main event and a clip from the main event. Thank you, Lorelai, for staying with me the whole time. I appreciate you as always. It's good to see you. Thank you to everybody who hung out. What's up, Cairo? I'm just getting ready to call it a night. How you been? I appreciate you joining. I'm going to hang with it a little bit. I appreciate it. I've been keeping the content up on social media. So that's been my main thing, is building my TikTok, building YouTube, building Instagram, building all my social platforms. I don't know if I'll be able to make it consistent with Twitch, but I want to try. I'll do my best. I can't make any promises, but this was certainly special. I always try to make it good times for everybody. As always, Cairo. Thank you all for being here. Take care and have a good night.